Hello, hello, friends. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. I'm gonna skip this song now, because it was real heavy on the what are those called? Those types of drums. I forget. Real heavy on that. Not sure if I really like it. But welcome in, Sassy Lady Pants bonus stream. Huzzah! Mr. Soul Creek, how are you doing? And Emmers, welcome in. How are you doing? How was the move-in earlier today? Let me see. I think I have most things open, and then... Oh, actually, no, I did not. I'll switch over in just a second. Okay. And I think we're good to go. I think we're good to go. Yes. Let's go here. Start here. Welcome in, everybody. Part 2 of Phoenix Wright solving the last case. Wanted to go ahead. We're so close to the end. I wanted to finish it today. Cause yeah, otherwise we'd be here forever. We've been working on this case for a while now. I just wanted to, I think we're close enough that we can get it done. Might as well get it done. But before we do that, how was your Sunday and or Monday if you're in the future? Yesterday, by the way, I went to the grocery store. I got more half and half, some more milk for my coffee. Thank you guys so much for all of the bits and generous donations over the past week. Not just for the milk, but I was able to buy some more groceries and all sorts of stuff, and that's always good. I so hopped in my car. I should mention that oh, a raid! Boyd, welcome in. How's it going? What were you playing, Boyd? This is only a test. Hilarious. At Boyd. There you go. How was your stream? How's it going? Tank Mechanic Simulator. Awesome, awesome. Landfrost, welcome in. Wissery, welcome in. How are you guys doing? Let me give you the first fist bump of the day. The first bump, which might be a thing later. Everyone, if you would like a fist bump, go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wow, man. Is a tank mechanic simulator like you're actually building tank, right? Like this is like maintenance tests on him. Is Tank an AI all this time? First bump, trademarked by Soul Creek Streaming. I'm doing pretty good. We just started. Just started. Having a little unwind on Tank Mechanic Simulator after fighting with a different game. Nice. Played some Dragon Quest Builders 2 earlier today. Now I'm back to working on school stuff. Hey, at least you got to play a little bit of games. I got to do a little bit of work, I guess. But I've heard Dragon Quest Builders is good. I've never played it, but I've heard it's a good game. So yesterday I went to the grocery store, and I should mention that I did not, I've not really used my car in the past couple of weeks. So I started my car, tried to, I should say, and it wasn't starting. I think the battery, or alternator thing, I think it ran out of juice. So I need somebody to jump my car, unfortunately. That was a bummer. So I actually walked to the grocery store because I was in such dire need of groceries that it wasn't like I can wait till later, or and it was late, so it wasn't like I could just call a friend to give me a jump. And so I went to the grocery store at like 9 p.m. last night, something like that. So I did not really eat until I got back. but I walked to the grocery store and, like, carried all my stuff back with me. I was like, cool, this is exactly how I wanted to spend the rest of my evening. Let's see, about Dragon Quest Builders. I love the open world feel of the game. Like, you don't have to progress the story if you don't want to. Ooh. That sounds really fun. The graphics and stuff look pretty cool. And so I have noticed that it looks fun, and then I heard people talking about it, and they were saying it's fun. So, it looks like a pretty cool game. Looks like a pretty cool game. It's kind of like Minecraft-esque, isn't it? Sort of. What's the actual gameplay like? But again, Boyd, thank you so much for that raid. I hope your stream was good. And I hope y'all's Sunday is going well. Or has gone well. Depending what time it is for you. Yesterday we got pretty far into the game. And I think we can wrap it up in a couple of hours, I think. We fought with Armored Warfare for a couple of hours, but it's super poorly optimized and was clunky all over the place. We couldn't fix it. Oh, that's a bummer. So I just switched over to TMS for something tanky I could fix. Nice. That's good. Last night, played a couple of rounds of Apex with El Capitan. And then played some just by myself. And it was good. I don't understand people. I don't understand randoms, and if you've ever watched me, Tank, and Mr. Soul Creek play, you'll probably have heard me vent about playing with randoms. And I don't understand them. So it was just, I was queuing solo, and had two other, like, random teammates every time. And I think all but twice, out of, like, 10 games maybe, all but twice, we landed in the same spot every time, which is, like, one of the, like hot drop places that everyone likes to go to. I'm like, just land somewhere else, please, so we can, have a little bit of time to loot. You get, in ranked, you get points for being alive also the longest. So, like, there's benefit to it. And so I was just like, please. And I think, I have a theory. I feel like a lot of people are not very good jump masters because they only know how to drop hot. And so, like, there were a couple of games I take it back. So we didn't just, it wasn't just 2 games that we landed not in that spot. There were a couple of games that I played that ended super fast. But it was because they jump mastered really slowly, and so we got to the places late. Which, if it's almost as if there's another team landing in the exact same spot that you are, and they're gonna land first, it's almost worth going elsewhere. It's better just to go elsewhere because they're gonna loot first. There's like a little bit of a delay when you land. It's just awful. The people don't know that. It's just, it made me sad. Just like, guys, this is ranked. You're supposed to be doing better than this. Let's see. I missed a few things. Let's see. His ASMRs while doing his mechanic thing is so soothing. Was Boyd whispering? Very similar, except you are given blueprints to follow for a lot of the game. The NPCs also help you build after a while, which allows you to explore more. That actually sounds pretty fun. Secretly happy you didn't finish the game last night so I can see how it ends. My husband wanted to use his computer to play Jelly Mario last night, and then we played some Zelda-themed Uno. Awesome. I kicked his bum. Nice. Amazing. So instead of hot dropping, it was more like warm dropping. When when they land poorly, yeah, I would say it's definitely warm dropping. It's just so, like, I don't know. I just don't know. Like, I know a lot of people here probably don't play Apex, but just for the record, I need to verbalize this. If you are, so like at the start of the game, the dropship goes in one direction across the map. It changes per game, like what side it's starting on and whatnot, but like it always just goes in a straight line. If your landing place, if you want to land somewhere in that like trail that the ship is going in, it's better to drop like just a little bit before you get to that place, because the ship flies faster than you can, like, once you like depart from the ship. The ship flies faster than you like jetpacking down. And so if you're gonna land in that little strip, might as well stay on the ship as long as possible. Some people jump way too early and then they try to get someplace on the ground that's in that little trail before anyone else does. But they're like, all the other people are just flying straight down at like maximum velocity, or they're gonna get there either right at the same time or like even earlier than you. But then if you're flying out of the if you're flying away from the path of the ship, just look around and see if people are gonna get there before you do. That's all you gotta do. Just look around, and if not, then just veer off another direction. You can even at least not land right where they are. There's some areas of the map that are big enough where multiple teams can land in different spots, so that you have a little bit of time to loot before the fight begins. Just don't go like right where they're going. But it happens. You can't control randoms, and that's the thing. And that's why I always tell Tank when usually once Mr. Soul Creek leaves and we play like ranked or whatever, I'll usually be like, look, we don't save the random. We leave them behind. We can't make everyone happy. So anyway, that's my rant, Apex rant over. I was just so frustrated. But anyway, I almost thought about streaming it, actually. I was like, it's really late, though, so no one would be awake. I would play when Creek leaves, but I've usually got the Spud here. Hey, nope, not a problem. Not a problem. But I did pretty well last night. I've been playing Fuse. Trying to get better with Fuse. And generally, I wouldn't play a character that, like, ranked isn't really a place to, like, practice. But I feel good enough with Fuse that I know how to use them, but I want to get better. I would love to get a 2K damage badge with Fuse. And yesterday, I think I got closer. I think I had a game that had, like, 1,500 damage, but not enough. So yeah, we're gonna continue the game. We'll be able to finish it. Okay, so I was thinking about this. I think what we might do is we'll finish this game. So this is the end of the first Phoenix Wright game. I think what we'll do is next week in the Jet Lounge, we'll play another game. And then the following week, we'll continue that. Or, I thought about this actually. Not positive. This is not a for sure thing. I need to tweak some things. I think we might... another possibility is to do a Phoenix Wright game and then a Professor Layton game. And then go back to a Phoenix Wright game and then a Professor Layton game. I was able to get one working yesterday. And on my computer, I need to do a test to see if it like works and like how well OBS streams and processes the game at the same time. But I feel like that'd be kind of fun to like switch it up a little bit. So I don't know. Not decided yet, but I thought that'd be kind of fun. And do the crossover as a finale. That'd be amazing. How many Professor Layton games are there? There's probably way more Phoenix Wright games, right? I think Emmers sent me a list, I recall. I think, hold on. Emmers. Yeah. Because there are some that are also, okay, yeah, there's some Japan-only releases, but I think that's mostly Phoenix Wright stuff. So, okay, we're about to finish Ace Attorney. We could do Professor Layton and the Curious Village next. And then, once that's done... I wonder, how long is that game? Those are fun. I was kind of thinking about maybe just switching it off, so that way it's like there's a little bit of a change of pace, a little bit of a change of pace for the jet lounges, and then we can like keep going back and forth kind of between the two. How long to beat Professor Layton? Curious. 12 hours. That's not so bad. That's also decently long, depending on how many puzzles you do. Is there, like, are there some that you can, like, skip and stuff? What is Professor Layton's London life? Professor Layton's London Life is a virtual game that is able to be played for over 100 hours. The avatar lives in the town of Little London and completes requests for the other characters in return for rewards while increasing their level of wealth and happiness, and customizing their apartment and appearance. There is a story to follow, but is not the focus of the game, and gameplay can continue long after the story is completed. The game is only included in the American-Australian Professor Layton and the Last Spectre. Is it like a Tamagotchi? What is this? Some are hidden, so you have to find them. You investigate areas and find puzzles. Interesting. Would you guys like that if we sort of like swap between Ace Attorney and Professor Layton, like one game? Like once we complete a game, we switch to the next one. London Life. I just want to see a screenshot of what this game actually looks like. Because it kind of looks adorable. The pixel art of London Life looks pretty nice. But I think I got the game to work. I would just need to I would need to come up with a new overlay because of the way the 3DS is set up, and it's not going to take up the full screen, all that sort of stuff. Did you watch Burnt Face Man? Was that the one that you posted under media? If that's the case, I responded to it and said that I liked it. It was a pretty fun song. I might be playing a Professor Layton and Curious Village on my phone. Nice. Is it on mobile as well? I also need to figure out controls and stuff for the game. But anyway. Okay. Then no, I only watched the one that was in media. It's on iOS. Oh, interesting. I think we might do that. We still might play a random game next week. Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll hop into Professor Layton. I think I'll have enough time to get things ready. I don't think we might not stream on this Friday, so I should have some time. I do. I have an Apple. I have an iPhone. Much to the chagrin of my chat, mostly, I'm kind of an Apple. What's the word? Enthusiast. It's actually why I think I've mentioned this actually on a stream just a couple of days ago. But I have a Mac. I stream off of my Mac, and so there are a lot of Steam games that are unavailable to me. But while I was playing Apex with El Capitan last night, we were talking about the Stream Deck and how that'll likely be a really good fit for me, I think, because that way it's kind of like a dedicated game machine. It's not particularly expensive. I'd be able to play a lot of these games, these newfangled games that you guys keep talking about. There are a lot of puzzle games that are on Steam that are only available for Windows, especially some that are a little bit older. And it'd be fun to be able to play those. So, Dex, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, so likely we'll be, I'll probably get a Steam Deck, assuming I have a job and money, at some point. If we do not have a job by the time, the Steam Deck comes out, I will, probably be dead. So, let's hope we find a job, quick. Quicker than not quick. So that way, it can help fund my gaming hobbies. Or we just get me to partner real quick, and then I'll be able just to do this full time. Wouldn't that be something? Hope you get a job you like. Same. Same. Money does help, unfortunately. It's true. That's the one thing. That's the one thing about money, is that you need it. JPP is poor. Also, JPP, hey, I want to buy that really expensive underpowered handheld thing. Hey, it'll probably be enough for the games I want to play. I don't get paid over the summer and things get stressful. Ooh, I bet. Alaska is a pretty expensive place to live. Like, housing is expensive. Food is a bit more expensive in general. Oh my gosh, we're not listening to the song because it has the baby crying. I don't know why they were like, hey, let's take this incredibly annoying sound and try to make a beat out of it. That's from Yoshi's Island, isn't it? I think so. Anyway, Alaska is kind of an expensive place to live. Food is a little bit more expensive just because it takes it takes a lot to ship things up here. We really don't have a ton of like farmable land. There's like some smaller farm places, but not really anything that is able to be used because of our like extreme weather. So things are just kind of expensive up here, so it gets kind of intense. But I haven't had a job in a few months now, and I didn't have a job. Haven't had a job for a few months now because my contract ended with them. It was kind of like a contract job, where I was doing like marketing and design work for them. And then last year, I didn't have a job from May until I got this contracted job, just about. So, so not great. That's okay. I think it was up to Lampy. I do a full 4-hour ASM armor stream. That's an amazing pun, though. Those at least sound like legitimate reasons for things to be expensive. New Jersey is expensive because it feels like it. That's fair. That's fair. El Capitan also lives in New Jersey. That's amazing. Never been. But I have watched Garden State, and I feel like that's the same thing. I'm probably getting an exact feel for what New Jersey's like. El Capitan, I don't know if you guys watch El Capitan, he streams on Punch Lasers. At his old house, he the way like where their office was, it was really close to, I think, where their kids slept. so at night when he would stream, he would have to be really quiet, and so he would just be like talking really low like this, like into the mic, and everyone would be like, is this an ASMR stream? He's like, no, but but everyone was like, oh, it's really relaxing. It's like really nice. It was great. I love to bring it up. Let's see. Things are expensive and limited here because the government decided to shut down all the trucking services because reasons. If we'll visit Alaska soon, will Jet give us a tour? For sure. For sure. Production costs. 10-cent sale. 10 cents sale price, $400. Thanks, Jersey. Yeah. Oh, production cost, 10 cents. Sale price, $400. The way it, did it on the other line, I couldn't read. But if you ask Tank, I'm illiterate, so... so it makes sense. But I see that now. Yeah, things are expensive in random parts of the world. I kind of despite the South being just so humid, just so humid and hot, I miss how cheap things were generally. Twitch doesn't like lines. They don't. They don't. Things are so cheap, I feel like, in different parts of the South, whereas up here it's expensive. Plus in Alaska, so in Anchorage we only have so much land, it's a weird thing to think about because Alaska is so huge, but Anchorage has water on one side and mountains on the other. There is actually only, out of town, there's only two ways if you want to drive. You can either go north through this one highway or south through this one highway. Or interstate. I guess it's not a highway, it's an interstate. So it's like we don't have that much room to expand. Plus, there are regulations on how tall buildings can be here because of earthquakes. But I think also as part of we don't want too many really tall buildings that could potentially block the eye line of the mountains and stuff. So there's very limited stuff. But Secret Life, welcome in. Oh, you're drawing some more? Nice. Yep. Your illiteracy is canon lore. It must be true. It's chronicled in the Discord. That's fair. Your husband's from Missouri. You could buy 3 houses for what ours cost. Yeah. Yeah. Any interest points on Alaska? What do you mean? Places to visit? Or things to see while you're here? We have Mount Denali, which used to be Mount McKinley, which I believe is technically the tallest mountain, but it's lower in terms of sea level height. So it's not as tall in if you're looking at tall points in the world, but it's a very steep tall mountain, something like that. Do I run into any of the Deadliest Catch guys? I don't think I've ever watched Deadliest Catch, but a lot of people that I know are fishermen in the summer. So they'll go on ships all summer long, and all they do is fish. And that's kind of a common thing. I've never run into any of the Kilchers. I don't know, Jewel, the singer, Jewel. She's from Alaska. Her family is still here. I've never run into her. That would be cool, though. I'd say hello. I used to like her songs in the 90s. But interesting. Well, there's mooses, musai, moosels. It's the tallest mountain measured. Okay, that's what it is. I couldn't remember what the specification was, but yeah, but we have Mount Denali. I've never been, but I've seen it. Seen it from afar. Moose, meese, goose, geese, shoop, sheep. I like that. How was everyone's weekend? Very good question. Very good question, Lampfrost. Other things, I mean, we have North Pole, Alaska. There's actually like a big Santa, place there, house, I don't know. You can actually send like mail from there, and it gets a nice little special stamp. What else? I mean, we have the Aurora Borealis most of the time. Like in the spring, I think is technically the best time to see it. But we have that. What else we got? There are a bunch of hot springs up north. I've never been to Fairbanks. We have the only capital that you can't reach by car. You can only get to the capital by plane or by boat. We have the #1 highest grossing non-chain pizza restaurant in the United States, called Moose's Teeth. I've mentioned it maybe once or twice. The Northern Lights. I've only seen like a small glimpse of them. I need to go out one night and just like take a bunch of pictures on like a night that it's like really strong. But generally doing that means kind of going out on your own or taking people with you. And I feel like most people that I know don't like, they've kind of already experienced it, so they don't want to go out to see it again. I'm afraid of being alone in the woods. Mostly because even in the winter time, because you can see the Northern Lights in the winter, it's just harder to, I think. I'm just afraid that there's going to be a bear that's like, I woke up from hibernation early and I'm hungry. And then I go bye-bye. Just don't fly into them. You might get sent back in time and run into the Langoliers. Wow, that is a callback. Sassy Lady Panda. I actually, fun fact, the Langoliers, I never saw that movie. However, I wanted to, and I think my family rented it one day from Blockbuster, and they did not let me watch. But I often think about the Langoliers, but I have seen clips now, and the graphics look just amazing. They've definitely stood the test of time. But what a callback. That is a deep cut. But what else? What else is there to see? Oh, I mean, Alaska is just really pretty. I mean, the mountains here, it's like nothing. It's like nowhere else. And even if you don't like fishing or you don't like camping or whatever, there's still so much that you can enjoy just by like walking around and seeing. We have some waterfalls. We have glaciers. I mean, you can take tours to like go walk on the glaciers. Thank you for that hydrate, Boyd. But anyway, that's kind of been I don't know, my favorite parts of Alaska. It's kind of, may come visit, that'd be great. That'd just be great. Alaska is just so nice. It's just so nice. Winter time gets really cold. Anchorage is not as bad, but it still will be in the negatives. Turtle God 999, thank you for that follow. How are you doing today? We are about to play some Phoenix Wright, but we're just chatting here for a little bit. We might. I don't drink that much, so I couldn't tell you. But we have breweries up here, so probably. Probably. I think we have a Bud Light or two. I don't know. Anchorage gets kind of cold. I think the coldest I have felt here in Anchorage was negative... How cold was that? Somewhere between negative 10 to negative 20, I think. And then... but I have felt in Alaska, I think, negative 40. When I drove to Alaska, it was February. And I think one of the first places, like, we stopped right when I crossed the border, just about. And that night, it went all the way down to negative 40. So, it was cold. But to be honest, well, I mean, you can feel it. You can feel the cold. Like, there is... Why did you even move there? It sounds... I actually love... I love winter. I love cold. Winter... I prefer winter over anything else. I think I would say winter, fall, spring, summer is my rankings of the seasons. But and it's like winter in if it was a point-based thing, winter would be far in the lead. By the way, I can't wait till fall in Animal Crossing. I just can't wait for that again. But any winter sports you fancy seeing? I don't really go to see sports here. People like ski and snowboard, or will, what's that called? Cross country ski, or will go snowshoeing. But it's, there aren't as many sports that people go see. We used to have a hockey team, but they left. I think that we, like, pulled a whole bunch of funding for them, and then they ended up leaving the state. So there's not really a bunch of, like, sports to go see. We don't have a football team. I don't know. There's a lot of individual sports. I will say, Winter Olympics, though, is my favorite. It's much better than the Summer Olympics. I will fight anybody on that. But I was going to say, you can feel the difference in the negatives to a point, I think. I think it gets kind of hazy at some point where you're like, is this much colder? I'm just cold now. And I don't know if I'm actually experiencing it differently. However, from like negative 20-ish around there and colder, like when it was negative 40, when you breathe in, your like nose freezes. Like you can feel your nose hairs freezing inside of your nose as you breathe in. It's pretty intense. We hit negative 40 in Chicago last year. That was a big oof. Oof. That is a big oof. I avoid the outside, so I can't remark on the weather. That's fair. Yeah, I was about to ask if your state hosted the Winter Olympics. We have not ever, but apparently we have bid for it multiple times. But we have a few Olympians here. There's a few, like, skiers, obviously, that live here. I've met, like, 2. But I went cross-country skiing once when I was, like, 5. I skied off this small cliff, and my skis got stuck between 2 snowbanks. Oh, no. Is bobsledding still a thing? I don't think we do bobsledding here, but in the Olympics, yeah. Can confirm. Once went buying bread in the early morning hours. It was negative 20 Celsius. Then I looked like a snowman when I returned home. Amazing. All my facial hair was frozen because of the humidity of my breath. That is one thing, though. With the Delta variant, might not want to get anything set in stone yet. Facts. Poor Tokyo also. They have just confirmed their, like, first cases of, like, Lambda variant. which they all get names, I think, but like the severity might differ, I think, is how that works. But hold on, let me see if I can find a picture. Wait. Nope. Scroll back. Scroll back. Keep going. Keep going. I think I have some pictures from when I moved here. Momomo, meow. Thank you for that follow. Welcome in. War, how are you doing? Sorry, I'm looking down, trying to see if I can find this picture. It's gonna be hard to see here. Featuring just a shorter beard. This was not my best look. This was in Canada. On my way here, I stopped at it was like in the negatives. I stopped at a hot springs, which was amazing. It was so nice for it to be like really cold and then getting into a hot springs. It was so nice. But when the distance between my car and the hot springs was actually quite the distance. And so by the time I walked back, you can't see it really. Oh, it's blurry. Anyway, you can kind of see my hair is like frozen and you can't see it, but it looks lighter on my beard. That's all ice that just like froze onto my beard. I kind of like that, to be honest. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme, get on up, it's bobsled time. That's how I wake up every day, to be honest. And I thought Lambda Labs were our salvation. I'm in a few teacher groups on Facebook, and the reports from schools in the South that have opened have me worried about September. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Who am I going to get a virus from there? Hate to tell you. Hate to tell you. But things aren't looking great here, bud. Very frosty. Very frosty. Literally frosted tips. But what a good trip. What a good trip. I don't think I have any other photos of me being frozen. No frozans? Mostly memes. Mostly memes here. But I love the snow. Snow is my favorite form of precipitation. I wish it was always snowing. I mean, I might move to Antarctica. That just might be the next step. Because I would love just to be in the snow. One time, I went on a hike. I went on a hike with a bunch of people. And yeesh. Went on a hike and it was my first time on this hike. We went up and I was with a lot of people who had been hiking for their entire life. Like that, it's kind of one of the, like, they are just outdoorsy people, love hiking. They grew up here. They've been hiking forever. Just know how to efficiently do that. We get up to, we're going to go see, I think it's called Reed Lakes, but it's basically, there are these, you climb up these mountains and there's like a ridge, where like, or a valley, I guess, where you're like kind of in between all of these different peaks. And in the middle, there are 2 lakes that are just like on top of this mountain. It's a really pretty thing. I have not been able to see it personally. What ended up happening was we got to the top. Eventually, you get to a point where there's like a waterfall. It looks really nice. You get to a point where the trail turns into just boulders, like giant boulders. Like if one fell on you, you die immediately. There is no coming back. There is no second life. And you have to like hop between boulders, because it's not like it's imagine a cartoonish sized boulder, and then imagine another one next to it, and then another one, and then there's just a whole bunch of boulders. There's no way to just like walk between them. You have to like hop pretty much. Essentially, we get to the top, and a lot of my friends kind of truck on ahead. The ones who know what they're doing, they just forge their way to like these lakes. They're trying to get there. It's a little bit snowy up top, and so they're trying to see if it's even possible for people to get to the lakes. Because we're actually in on this hike, we were in a very mixed group. Some people had hiked all their life. Some people had just gone on a few hikes. And then we had a bunch of new people from out of state who have never really been on a hike like this before. And I'm kind of like in the middle. And I have lost my friends who are ahead of me. A lot of people who are new stayed behind. And I'm kind of I'm trying to make my way. And as we're there, it starts to become more and more apparent that the sky is getting darker. Like, there are clouds moving in. And we don't really have, like, strong storms in Alaska, or in Anchorage. And so it's kind of like usually it's just rain. But these clouds started to look, like, really, really, like, dark. And we were like, uh-oh. And all of a sudden, I kind of see my friends coming back, who went on ahead. They're like, 1, it's too snowy. We're not going to be able to get to the lakes. 2, pretty sure there's a storm coming. And so we start heading down the mountain. They're like, everyone just needs to get back to the parking lot as fast as you can. Which was probably like an hour or more from where we were. And so, like, cause we had been climbing up a mountain basically. So, everyone, this probably wasn't good. Everyone just starts spreading out. Like, everyone is just kind of going at their own pace, trying to get back to the parking lot. It starts raining first, which it was kind of cold. And it was kind of like, okay, all right, this isn't so bad. Then it started hailing, and the hail wasn't too big, but it was like, it still hurt. Every time I was hit by one, like, it just sent, like, a shiver kind of through my body, where it was just, like, a painful, like, I don't know. It was, like, a lot of them were just, like, tapping my back, basically, and just, like, I'm hail, and, you know hail. You know how it does. But anyway, so that wasn't great. Some people were, like, left behind by accident. It was a mess. Some people, because, like, there was, like, a group of new people who hadn't been on a hike like this before, but they really wanted to push on ahead. And so by the time we were already headed to the parking lot, they hadn't shown up yet. So we had, like, a couple of the really experienced ones stay back with them. They apparently, like, hid under a tree for a while. One person hid in, like, a porta potty. I just, like, jogged my way back. I was like, I have no idea what I should be doing, so I just jogged my way back to the car. But it, like, getting hailed on, just fun fact, kind of hurts a bit. But anyway, so we are going to go ahead and hop into the game. We are pretty close to finishing the the game, and so we might as well. Jogging. I heard Jet was doing a running stream, so I came in. Oh no. I'm sorry to disappoint you, runner. But I only jogged because I needed to, because I was being hailed on. That's about it. I think I've mentioned this before, but one of my favorite quotes from Parks and Recreation is when Anne is breaking up with Chris Traeger, who's like super fitness guy, and she's like, oh, and like she's listing all the things she doesn't like about stuff that he's made her do. She's like, and you make me run all the time? And he's like, but running's good for you. Or like, but you love running. Running, it's healthy and whatever. And her response is like, I know it's good for you, but at what cost? And that's how I feel sometimes. Just got back from a run at the park. I hope it was good. But anyway. Okay, so we're gonna head back. And hop into the game. Oh gosh, hold on. Can you guys hear that, by the way? When I swap to. Can I wish I could. One segundo. Oops. Not what I meant to do. What's that called? Switch audio? Yeah, I think. Okay. Alright, we're gonna switch over now? Yeah, okay, good. So we just, where did we end off? I just noticed the metronome. Where's the metronome? In your detective studio? Oh, hilarious. I actually never considered that. That's hilarious. That's been in there forever. That's been in there before we started Hyperlight Drifter. I put it in there because I was like because it's supposed to be like a, hold on, let me hide me. I made this in Animal Crossing. It's supposed to be kind of like a mystery detective room. And the idea was that, the metronome would symbolize for the detective, like, the passage of time, and that time's a ticking. You never know how much time you got. But you have that metronome in real life. Well, it's definitely part of your life now. It is amazing. I didn't even know it. I have been tied to a metronome all this time. Let's see. I was gifted that metronome for my birthday. I'm going to start using it for my lessons. Oh, that's amazing. That's so deep. Sometimes Switch just be weird. It's okay. You don't have to worry about it. You know, if somebody's sub runs out, you don't have to put them on the spot. Also, chat. Just let them do their thing. Just let them do their thing. Also, by the way, there's been an influx of like bots on Twitch, FYI. Lately, I'm pretty sure some of the follows we just got, I think a couple of them might have been bots. Just FYI. But because fun fact, here's just a little fun fact. So like, yeah, I'm probably, they probably were. So in the creator dashboard of Twitch, there's like a follower count, but it's kind of delayed. Like at least for me, it doesn't seem to, like if someone follows, it doesn't seem to update until like a little bit later. The count that's up there on the follower goal, it does go up as we get follows, pretty much immediately. And so we technically should have had, if they, I think one of them maybe followed and unfollowed immediately. I mean, it also could have been a real person. They're just like, I don't like this guy, to be fair. But, yeah, sometimes I'm like, oh, okay, that's weird. I did actually have, I will say, I did notice that the other day, but it was a real person. It wasn't a bot. Somebody followed and then immediately unfollowed. I was like, why? They didn't even come in on a raid. They just did that. I was like, oh, yeesh. Either they hated it or they just wanted a shout out, or I don't know. Maybe they just, I don't know. They also stream, so I don't know if they wanted like a little bit of attention or like maybe see if people would pop over there. I don't really know, but I was like, why? Why you do this? I don't think so. It was this was a few weeks ago. I can't remember what their name was, but I remember being like, oh, weird. Like they came in, I think that was what it was. The reason why it stuck in my head was because they came in, they said two things that were really weird. And I don't remember what they were, but they were like really off topic, really not like offensively weird or anything like that. Just kind of like odd statements. And then they didn't say anything else, but I noticed that they like came in, followed, said these two things, and then left. And like unfollowed. And I was like, so weird. It's a true gift to offend. Usually Twitch will get rid of a bunch of bots all at once. Like they do them in chunks. So they'll eventually go. You can report some. I think I've had somebody contacted Twitch once and said, hey, I got a bunch, because I was watching somebody and they got follow botted, where they got like 50 in a row. And they contacted Twitch, and Twitch removed all of them for them. And this is true, to get them right on the same sentence, they're pushing the follow button. Yeah. Beware there's an IP grabbing account that's hitting streamers. I have seen that. The one thing is, and here's a recommendation, don't go to people's random profiles on Twitch. Like if you look on, like if I click on my stream and look at it, there are going to be names that I don't recognize. Some of them will sound very suspicious. Just don't go to their accounts. Just don't randomly click on things. A good internet rule. Just don't randomly click on things. So I don't know. Just don't do that. It's my word of advice. Word of advice, friends. No, this was the one from before is just kind of random. But there have been, apparently, I've been seeing people saying that there's been kind of an influx in Twitch bots for whatever reason. So just be mindful, be careful. But you know, if it sounds weird, just don't do it. Look, if you're not clicking on anyone who's active on this channel, just unfollow them. Just don't. They're probably a bot. Ninja, he's a bot. I don't know if you guys know that. Dr. Disrespect, also a bot. I don't know if you guys know that. It's kind of weird. Nobody really talks about it, but they're all bots, except for you guys and me. It's the only ones on Twitch that are real. So, Nightbot, you gotta go. Nightbot is approved. Nightbot is approved. My own personal bot. He's like the bot that protects us from the other bots, except for when they just follow and don't do anything. One thing that does help, by the way, for newer accounts or newer streamers and accounts, one thing that can help. I think War, you were the one who recommended this to me, and it kind of helps a bit. I feel like I've experienced. I think this has really helped, because I remember at some point I was getting just like random people coming in that like seemed like follow bots, like followbigfollows.com or whatever it is. Switching to, you can switch your stream to only have people can only chat if their accounts are verified by email, I think, and that helped weed through a lot of accounts. I don't think I very rarely get accounts that are like, hey, you should go to bigfollows.com now. So that's my the tip for the day that I think War taught me. I think that was a War thing. Nightbot doesn't know when to shush. Nightbot loves their work way too much. You're a night shift bot. Why are you here right now? Daybot be slacking. Verified email and add big follows or whatever to block terms. That's fair. But anytime I see them on like Talinus' stream, they always do like they put spaces in the letters or whatever, or like try to put periods in there to, you know. We need our Boombot soon. I haven't. I thought about it. I still haven't done anything with that yet. Yeah, they adapt. Those darn bots are getting smarter every day. Every day. All right, so where did we leave off? We learned a lot of things yesterday. Emmers, if you're here, what did we learn? Oh, right. We ended with talking to Detective Gant. We learned a lot. Okay, so we're currently in a case where, by the way, this is like the perfect face for the cat. Sort of. I guess the cat has his eyes open, but like that smile is such a like it's the same thing. It's the same thing. This is the same face. Corporate wants you to pick out the difference between these two photos. They're the same photo. Humanity is doomed, brought down by Twitch chat. Indeed. So we learned there's a current case going on that is a detective was killed. There's been a lot of confusion. There was like a second possible murder. It ended up being that it was fake. And we're learning that there are connections with this current case, with a case that happened several years ago, involving a bunch of detectives putting a serial killer behind bars. We learned that in the previous case, actually, not even just putting a serial killer behind bars, they got the killer executed. But it was this case where they knew the murderer. They'd even witnessed the murderer, killing one of them. One of the detectives, the guy who's in the cowboy hat in the middle, he was murdered on this trial in the past. And we learned that in the old case, they falsified evidence to put the serial killer in jail, get the guilty verdict, and have him executed. And so that was a big deal. That's where a lot of rumors started. Edgeworth, who is our friend, but also he's the prosecutor a lot of times, who is kind of against us most of these cases. We learned that that's kind of where rumors started, that he falsified evidence, which ended up he did falsify evidence, but he didn't know that evidence was falsified. Someone just gave him the evidence and was like, here, this is the thing, and this is what happened. But we learned that a lot happened back then involving this old case. But now it seems like there is a connection between the detective who was murdered in present day and the case in the past. We're trying to piece that together. Horror of the cat face in the top left, very tantalizing. It's because Gant, who is the older guy on the left, or I guess he's above me. It's the same smile. It's just perfect. He's part of the group. So that was a thing. What else did we learn? That was kind of a big revelation. We learned that in the case before, so Joe Dark was the serial killer. We learned that there's a cowboy, not the one that was just in that photo, but his brother. Present day is an officer. He used to be a detective. He was his name is Jake Marshall. He was an investigator on this old case. His brother was killed by the murderer. So he has some kind of a grudge, I suppose, against some of the people. I think he blames some of them for his brother's death. Emma Skye, who has been our scientist friend who's been helping us out, it turns out that she was a part of the case as well, as was her sister, who is Lana, who is the current suspect in... Lana is the lady on the right. She's the current suspect in the current case. They are accusing her of killing Detective Goodman for reasons unknown, but we'll see. She's also not being very helpful. We've been my wife said how much she hates that cat. It's amazing. But look, wouldn't they'd be he'd be the perfect owner for that cat. They would both greet you at the door with that same smile. He doesn't look, so every once in a while he'll do this smile, but his eyes will be open and it looks even more like that. But this is kind of his normal smile, where his eyes are kind of closed. But anyway, that's kind of been the main revelations from last stream. We had a couple of court days. Yesterday was mostly figuring out that this second murder did not actually happen, and that Jake Marshall had dressed up like Detective Goodman in order to steal evidence to keep the case of the serial murderer kind of going. However, when he went to go steal evidence, they learned that the evidence had actually already been stolen. So we don't know by who. So we'll see. We'll kind of see. But that's kind of it. We also have... I wish I played the music for this guy, but he ended up being critical to the sing. By the way, have we... Hold on. We can't inspect this guy, right? No. Whose fingerprints are those? Have we already discussed that? I want to look at whose fingerprints those are. The fact that they gave us a fingerprint set and three-dimensional. The cotton swab looks like it could be a candy, to be honest. Okay. Alright, so we... maybe we go inside? I think we go inside. This changed. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. I'm walking here. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes! Okay. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Oh, sorry, Emma. Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this... Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for our lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back, to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth's just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean... when he killed Prosecutor Marshall. He was trying to protect some girl. Oh, that's right. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to protect Emma. That's why she's saying me. Also, I need to move my camera. Boop. Boop. Oh, also the cat's on the screen. That's my bad. I forgot the cat was there. The Prosecutor Marshall was protecting Emma from being killed by, haha cat, from being, killed by the murderer guy. He'll be back. Surely when Gant is on screen, he'll be back. He doesn't believe what anyone says. Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Okay. Let's talk about the crimes first. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady, and a kid walked by to the scene, so he killed him too. Then when he was... What? A jogger came up to the scene and was finally killed as well. Or, how many people did he kill in this one moment? I'm confused. I want to read that again, but it forwarded automatically. Did he, like, he hit a guy with his car, and so then he killed a witness, and then he killed another witness who witnessed that crime? Is that what happened? Did he, like, just, people just kept coming up, it was a busy street, and he just was like, well, gotta leave no witnesses. And so he just, like, kept doing it. Did it all happen on one thing? A jogger came up on the scene, and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. That's what it sounded like. It went so fast, though. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. What a weird turn of events. So he hits the guy with his car. Kills that guy. Kills a witness. Kills another witness. Kills another witness. Kills another witness. And then there was no evidence somehow. I mean, I guess he killed all the witnesses, I suppose. There was no evidence. Turns himself in questioning, escapes, runs away, finds prosecutor. Well, he was gonna kill Emma Skye. Well, I guess maybe his plan was to kill. No, his plan was to kill Lana and Gant, probably, because they shared an office. But Emma was there. He tried to kill Emma, but Prosecutor Marshall saved Emma. He kills Prosecutor Marshall, and that's when they kind of all... He killed a man that witnessed the accident, and then he killed the lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by then, so then when he was burying the body... Okay, I was like, are they all just coming up onto the street? But okay, so a kid came up when he was burying the body. A jogger came up on that scene, was killed. Dang! Just so much. Just so much happening. Okay. So anyway, he ended up killing Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Okay, let's show him the weapon. About this. Hey, is that? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 Incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. But it wasn't. On the day Detective Goodman was... Oh.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edwards' car muffler.
That's it. Now remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. It broke inside of him? Ow. 1, ouch. 2, how? They definitely try to make him sound lay dumb. You are correct. What did he stab? That the knife broke inside? That seems very implausible, right? I feel like that's a knife breaking inside. I don't know. Did it match Darks' knife? You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty, conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Yeah, I think we use that here too as well. Sometimes we'll be like thick-headed or like a thick skull. Maybe it's not thick-headed, it's thick skull. Is what I've heard. So it's like, I don't know, maybe, why is that? Is it that like their skull is so thick that there's no room for a brain? I don't know. That would take a lot of force, I think, right? Yeah, how did the knife, did he like stab the rib and it like implanted in there and he had to like jiggle it out and was like, oh, I just left a chunk of that knife in there. Oh, no way for outside influence to reach their thought. Oh, that's also interesting. I didn't think about that, but that's a good way to think of it too. So, okay. We have his autopsy report now. We have the switchblade updated. I might not be a doctor, but the heart and lungs are soft and squishy. Maybe it was just a poorly made knife. He got it from, like, a dollar store. But you gotta get past the ribcage. That's true. Maybe it was a dollar store knife, and or he was operating under Breath of the Wild rules, where after a certain amount of uses, like it just has a durability, like the knife just breaks. So that was probably it. He killed like 6 people, presumably with the same knife. He probably just like, he used up all of its durability before it broke. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The Chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
What if I showed him this photo? I don't think so. Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind.
Sheesh.
I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are just accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Let's move around. We haven't been back here. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Let's see if Edgeworth has something for us. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is. He looks like he's writing something.
What are you... That's not the right... It's not the right... Not the right thing. What are you doing here? Mr. Soul Creek, slept time? I hope you have a great one. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out. We'll probably... Well, I don't know when we're playing Apex. This might not be tonight. I don't know. I haven't heard from Tank. But I hope to see you later. Have a good one. Wouldn't he be more of a spree killer and not a serial killer? I think I'm looking for too much realism in a video game. Probably true. Yeah, I was thinking like a serial killer is sort of like... Isn't there usually like a... There's like a pattern or like a... There's like more things that actually make them like a serial killer, right? This kind of seems like a mass killer, I guess. I don't know. There's like, here. I mean, I'm probably going to get on a list for searching this, but what makes a serial killer? A serial killer. What qualifies as a serial killer? Aha. A serial killer is conventionally defined as a person who murders 3 or more people in a period of over a month, with cooling down time between murders. For a serial killer, the murders must be separate events which are most often driven by a psychological thrill or pleasure. So he's likely not a serial killer. He's just I feel like he's just really bad at being a killer. He accidentally kills someone, then kills a witness, tries to bury the bodies, has to kill another person, and then something happens. Again, we don't know why. It is curious why he turned himself in. And then why he, like, escaped and then tried to kill the prosecutor. It is kind of weird. But, it's a weird sort of, yeah, it's a weird thing. He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Well. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains that the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth!
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that the case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture... He is all mopey. Something seems strange about it. He is sad. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I've had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. By who?
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gaunt asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Gonna grab some dinner, don't finish the game without me? We'll be here. We'll see how long it takes. Okay, so now show him the photo. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. By the way, I'm still fighting for that there is going to be some kind of pun, probably at the end of the game. Though it hasn't really come up again. Wait. No. It hasn't come up again, right? Let me just double check something. Okay, it hasn't come up again, and it probably won't. But I'm still fighting for the fact that there's, like, the King of Prosecutors. There was the Cough-Up Queen earlier, Angel Star. That was her nickname. I think there's going to be a thing where they're like, and you're the Ace Attorney, because it's like King, Queen, Ace. There's not a Jack. There's a Jake Marshall, though. That's pretty close, right? And, yeah, I'm still counting on there being a pun at some point where they say that, but I could be wrong. Anyway. If they don't do that, wasted opportunity.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. Oh, his has a sword on it. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. What? This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard of this story? Me? Oh, yeah, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? She's like,
I studied Chinese fiction, I know it.
Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Interesting.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gaunt. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Everything keeps pointing to him. King of Prosecutors Trophy updated in the court record. Did something happen? Did someone die via halberd? What if... Wait. Are there any... There's a... I mean, is there a parallel between the broken halberd and the broken switchblade? Is there like a... there's like an emotional tie to that? Like I mean, it seems like there's a connection there, right? Broken sword. Or broken... A halberd's like a... Isn't it like a... It's like a long arm, right? Like it's a pole with a thing up top. Like an axe, usually. Right? Maybe a connection. Maybe that's why. Maybe there's a thing there. Well, no, because it was already broken. Never mind. I don't know. You guys, you stay... You stay cool. Can we look at this? It's a spiked and bladed poleaxe. Okay. I wonder what he was riding before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look.
What? Letter...
She's a rapper now. If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation. He didn't say it like that. I'm saying it like that. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Letter of resignation put into the pocket. I bet I could, Gumshoe, maybe that'll let us into the office. He won't like that Edgeworth is, resigning. Excuse me. I don't know. Oh, not her. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches. Edgeworth is his idol, he really is. I've never watched Reno 99 999 whatever it is. Never watched that. No, wait, Reno? What am I thinking of? What is this? Brooklyn 99. Thank you. I was getting that in. What's the cops? That cop show? Isn't that something? Anyway, Brooklyn 99. I've not watched Brooklyn 99, but I imagine Detective Gumshoe, like that one meme or the one like screenshot that they use a lot, which is like, I've only known this. I think it's a dog or something that she's holding. I've only had this dog for however long, but if anything happens to them, I will kill all of you and then me, something like that. I feel that's how Gumshoe views Edgeworth. I can't wait for the Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth Nendroid figures to come out. Are they making one? That's amazing. I want to see what the Phoenix Wright one looks like. Nendroid. I spelled that wrong. Oh, that looks amazing. I honestly, even though he's kind of a dum-dum, I think Detective Gumshoe is probably my favorite. At this point, I mean, Phoenix Wright obviously is great, but he's Detective Gumshoe is a bit of a dum-dum, but he seems like well-meaning. He was kind of like in the first case was kind of just a jerk to us, but then you just learn like he's just he's just a dum-dum. I don't know. They are super kawaii. They are. You certainly are the curious, so curious, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. What? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence... But the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you can dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Well, let's talk to her. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll soon not forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a hot bowl of gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Aw, that's too bad. I might be able to, you never know. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by that legendary duo.
Lana and Chief Gant.
The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But if you don't have proof anything illegal was done...
I'm proof enough of what happened. What? After that case, all of us save Goodman, were relieved of our duties, most without even so much of an explanation. Then, Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana's second-in-command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produce the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Uh-oh. Is he he's just forging evidence left and right? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's why she makes it all the more infuriating. She was a detective, and then because of this case, so what was it, Emmers, that made everyone lose their job? Was it because people were suspicious of them forging evidence? I think that's what it was. So basically, she was a detective on this case, and I think because there are rumors of people falsifying evidence, a lot of people lost their jobs, but they couldn't do that to everyone because then that would get suspicious. So that's why Detective Goodman, advanced to detective, but she was like, yeah, she was fired. I think she was demoted, then she was fired, something like that. One of them, Jake Marshall, was demoted, and that's why he just guards the evidence room. But it looks like Lana was promoted, it seems, but she's saying that she was being used and that there's something else. So she's kind of outside of the situation. She hates detectives now, I think is what she said at the beginning when she was a witness up front to this murder of Detective Goodman. But I think we learned that she hates detectives, but then we learned it was a twist that she was a detective in the past. And now we've learned she was a part of this case. She ended up being part of the collateral damage and all that stuff. So she was very involved in this. But now she sells bento boxes for people, for police and whatever. But I think she uses that to just be close to cases and things, from what I understand. Anyway,
Mrs. Starr.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief?
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and that no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. I don't think she's talking about food. This is very convoluted. There's a lot, but that's what makes it exciting. But we're learning a lot. We're learning a lot has happened between all of these people. So, okay. I think now we... Oh, you're back! I think part of it's... Like, his face always looks mildly surprised, but also unsure of what's happening. There's something about that I like. I think that's why he's my favorite, is that he just always looks maybe a little confused, but he seems pretty nice. By the way, Emirates, have you seen the Phoenix Wright movie? I think YouTube showed me like a I didn't see it, but I saw there was a trailer for like a Phoenix Wright movie that was live action. That's what I should point out. It was a live action Phoenix Wright movie. The dumbfounded, yeah, he does look dumbfounded and confused, and I don't know. Just I don't know. No, I haven't seen it. I remember seeing. I didn't even look at the trailer, but I saw in the thumbnail. I was like, "Is that Phoenix Wright?" And then I noticed that it actually wasn't. It was Detective Gumshoe was on the thumbnail for the video, because the guy was wearing like a green like detective thing. Did you ever watch Psych? He reminds me of Buzz. Yes, I love Psych. He looks constipated. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for. I love Psych. He does remind me of Buzz. That's actually a good point. Buzz was always like a nice guy, very genuine, but kind of a bit of a dummy sometimes, or gullible. He was very gullible. Maybe he wasn't really dumb. He was just very gullible, and unfortunately, Sean Spencer is very convincing. And so Buzz was just putty, I guess, in Sean's hands. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Didn't he score the worst score ever on the... Oh, yeah, I think you might be right. So maybe he is a bit of a dummy. You need to watch Boston Legal? I've heard of Boston Legal. I don't think I've watched it, though. I love Psych, though. Sean Spencer, hilarious. Every once in a while, you'll hear me say, wait for it. And I get that from that. Or, occasionally, if it's appropriate, I'll say, I've heard it both ways. But the other day, we were talking about... I was mentioning... one of my favorite lines from Psych is when Gus is saying something about a nickname like, oh, that's what they used to call me, Guts. And Sean is like, that is what we call you. And he's like, no, Guts. Guts. He's like, yeah, Gus, we call you that. And it just goes on for a little bit long. Anyway, it's so good. Love that show. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means a desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I got admire persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into Chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. Have to take a look in there.
There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
I think I know how. By the way, can we see this letter?
Oh. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor.
He really wrote a resignation letter.
Wow. Even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault.
Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world.
Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits.
Well, not everyone sees it that way.
To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay.
That's one tough grown-up world out there. Anything on the back? Okay. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth feels really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective!
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out...
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret. I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. What does his ID card look like? It's that same confused face. Hilarious. Also, his head looks much smaller in this picture? Or is that what it always looks like? Why does his face look so small? Like it's just his head, right? It looks just a little too small, right? Just like by a little bit? Like... Hold on. Okay, if we do this... Actually, no, it's about the same size. I don't know why it looks so weird in that smaller version, but it does. Alright. Ooh, just go to the chief's office. Ooh, okay. I feel like a lot's gonna happen. Feel like a lot's gonna happen now.
Here goes Mr. Wright. Click. Beep.
A safe. There's that thing.
We're in. If anyone finds us now.
Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Gah!
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe. Boyd, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Thanks so much for the raid earlier, and we'll see you later. Have a good one. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I'm walking here. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Is it paper? I thought it was like a plastic thing. Hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. That's honestly fair.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're all lucky. Come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Okay, so let's... Well, I guess we'll talk to him first, and then we'll look around. Really? I hope when I do Emma's voice. I'm sure it is incredibly soothing. The chief's office. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it there as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at the New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk.
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came in here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think, nah, you wouldn't be, no. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! Huh? What is it? When someone tells you, don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go, let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Aw, we didn't even give him anything? Okay. Let's, hold on. Let's look at the, organ. The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. It's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally.
But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did,
he'd never be able to get back out.
Get it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. I want to look at his desk, but I want to look over here first. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that!
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over from the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Second shelf. Can't remember what it said.
Hi! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
It looks like a flower.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Drake. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Oops. Ah. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. There was the stuff of legends. They're the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Valid question. Okay, let's check the safe. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe! That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so.
Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Don't touch it. I'm not positive. I'm not sure what will happen if we enter the wrong code. I better wait until I find something more definite.
A 7-digit number. Didn't we see one of those somewhere?
How about we try entering my birth date? Check the desk.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gaunt's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... oh, it's you two. Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at this. Look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Oh, I see. So this is the second half of the list. Not okay. I was like, I thought these were two separate cases. Didn't realize that. It's the same case. This is the other list of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Wait. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Miss Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
What would this list be doing here? We better look a little more into this. Maybe we... Oh! I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright?
I better not forget about this picture. That is the... I mean, that is how Jake Marshall died. Like, in this pose exactly. Aha! Okay, so probably the 7s? Yeah, that's what we need to do. That's the only one that we don't have. Okay, let me input some numbers. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's, no. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. I like that they... Code confirmed! Look at this animation. Bingo. This is a terrible... By the way, if you have a safe, probably don't make it all the same number. That seems like a bad idea. It seems like you don't want to do that. Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Yeah. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's
Ayo! A shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
there's something else in here too.
Uh-oh. Something for fingerprints? What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Like, maybe one of the cowboy people? Like, Jake or his brother? Because they both wear leather stuff, right? This is
a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like this once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? That's all that's in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Oh. Present. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that chart. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Oh, that's all I had to do is press X. That's it. Done. There, it fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But
hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached, it's different from the others. A complicated professional gluist.
there's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood. Yes. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in the safe? Did they not think those red dots was blood? Did they think that was just part of the vase's design? Unstable jar updated in the court record. Can we... Hey, look here.
Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here.
Looks like blood.
This piece the chief has, it's different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. This one's a line.
That is odd. Okay, so that's what they were just talking about. It's just that it's... I mean, a very strange vase. Very strange. Okay, and then... If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, Detective. We want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Ah! Got to stay positive.
Wait, Look, that looks like... What? Can we... We don't have the, Hold on. Examine? No? Okay, we read this. How do we get him to... Whoops. Maybe... Can't look at the list. What if I present to him that evidence list? Did I read this part?
That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here?
Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off.
So Miss Edwards, this really was only half of the whole thing.
Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. The back? Yeah, I saw it. Oops. And we looked at this, and is anything new? Let's see if anything new happens. Oh yeah, no. Keep it quiet. What if... Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found the safe. There we go. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. What are you, my mom? Oh, I probably should have... I don't know if this is the right fingerprint to have done. Or if it matters, really. I gave it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be good for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, yeah, that's my bad. This probably is the clearest one. There we go. Oh. Interesting development. Interesting development. What is this? No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hi, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Doc's prints.
Psst, hey you. Hey, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Yeah, maybe you should hold on to this. Found in Chief Gant's safe evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Eek!
Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Unfortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. You see, this is the face. Boop. This is the face. Look, it's the same face. Same face. They have, like, well, their eye shapes aren't the same, but might as well be.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, Hugh in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID card on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir! Oh, no! Now get out! Yes, sir! No, Gumshoe! We'll be on our way to then? Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright!
Uh-oh. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. Good luck with that. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Interesting. Okay, we're at the detention center.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use. I think it's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Is she like... Did she kill him? Did she actually kill him? But she did it under order? Or something like that? Is that going to be the case? Because otherwise I don't really know. That's kind of my thought. Is like, she did it because... Like, she did actually do it. But maybe that's going to be the twist, is like, we're going to have to, like, defend her that she was doing it under Gant's orders because it seems like Gant was using her or something. That's kind of my thought right now, but I don't know. Because part of me for a second was like, wait, did someone dress up like Lana and do this? But that seems not plausible. I don't think Gant dressed up like Lana and like made it happen. I don't think so. I did cross my mind for a second, but
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is a...
Hey, we're talking about that. And I guess it is thick-headed. Also is a term.
Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
And that was my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have a theory, but I want to see if I'm right before I say it. Hey, no, that's totally good. That's totally fine. I usually like theories... Well, no, it kind of depends. It depends on the game. With Detective Famicom Club, we talked about theories in it, but I think I was like, if you know what the answer is, don't tell us or don't like make it seem like a theory. Because I don't want to know. But yeah, I know you haven't played this, so we could theorize a little bit. Keeping quiet. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. Am I right? If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name?
Damon Gant. Well, Miss Guy? How is she turning around in her seat like that?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a little bit more about what you think you may know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Think she just turned her head around like an owl. Amazing. Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course. There are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
Do I show her the evidence list? Or... I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. Oh, I was gonna show her the jar. Also, but this works too. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder.
So, am I right? Why not? I think I'm right. I just want her to say it. I wanted her to say it clearly. Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside a trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
So, yes. So I am right. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body outside of Edgeworth's car.
Wait, but why? What did Miss Starr see?
The trunk's lock was broke, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
Oh. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave the knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
Oh, that's why she stabbed him. But how is he standing? That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand?
Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged a knife in him.
It's such an intense way to stab just, I mean, not to be rude, but just a body. I mean, she's doing it with such conviction that, I don't know, it just seems, I don't know. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
She's being an owl again. So you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was in evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife... Oh, excuse me. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edward's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? Interesting.
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. We're not gonna just let him get away with this, so... I don't know what she's expecting us to do. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? To be continued. I think I read that all wrong with the wrong inflection. I think it's supposed to be like, it's time to get to the bottom of this. What happened 2 years ago? The murderer. But I kind of just read it wrong. All right. I assume that the final day. Uh-oh. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. Been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It's almost as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Who said that? Ah. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from the list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty.
But you didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. I'll see you in court, Wright. Oh boy. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Okay. 15 minutes later, 10 a.m. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But, before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant! What's he gonna do now? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What is this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman.
I think okay, I assume Gant talked to Emma and is now like blackmailing Lana, and he's gonna be like, the real reason why she's doing this is to protect Emma from, did I say Lana? Lana's doing this to protect Emma from something. Maybe he's like, I don't know. I don't know what he would do, but he's clearly a bad guy, so I don't know.
I killed the guy in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana...
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth! The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal. Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. How come the witnesses are just willy-nilly taking the stand? I know, I don't know how this works, like, where Chief Gant is and how, like, Lana was standing there and now he's standing there. I don't know how that works, but whatever. I thought so. Your Honor. There I go again, looking for realism. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to
I don't care what you think, Mrs. Skye. Dang, Edgeworth. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. You tell him, Edgeworth. I do like, it's funny because I don't think Phoenix Wright would have been able to do that. Like, he would have just done his, like the face where he looks all nervous and sweaty and just been like, well, I guess the case is over. But I like that Edgeworth is like, nah, we're not going to do it like this. We're not going to do it like this. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dock of the Joe Dock killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years... Oh, there you go. It's a question. It's reading it as a statement. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it almost certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Why did he do that? It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Let's go ahead, press some things. Put him on the spot. Why were you doing that? 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yeah, yes. She was second in command under the deputy chief of police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man came running in and took me hostage. A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Doc proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gaunt's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Neil Marshall rescued me. I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out.
That's right, the lights went out. Why did the lights go out? The lights?
It was just about this time of year. That's right. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture, yes. I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. Oh wait, he drew a picture! This picture the witness drew. Or she drew a picture. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
Present! Oh, you mean this? Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it. Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that?
Hi, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. 2 men appear to be wrestling here. Don't look at me like a guy playing like a kid. Yeah, I know, right? Indeed, 2 men appear to be wrestling here. But what's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Anime what? Anime nani? Order. But Miss Guy, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Nani? I imagine that's what it sounded like in the original Japanese. That's my assumption. Okay. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head! If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Oh, interesting. I didn't even think about that. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Wait, what? No. Plot twist. Did the Blue Badger kill Neil Marshall? I'm so glad that this is a reoccurring part of this story. Is that the Blue Badger keeps coming back. I want so much more. I want so much more of this. And I love this music. Yeah, I was going to say, I love that they're playing the theme song. I hope it's like, I imagine everyone can just hear it. Like in their own heads when he says it. Or they see the crown, they're like, this haunting melody that plays, I know it. I don't know. Okay. That thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. They're all haunted by the unknowable, all-seeing Blue Badger. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. They are traumatized by this thing. Yeah. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Hold on. Can I see? Okay. So, interesting. Okay. Wait, is the Blue Badger kind of like a Joker? Because Joker, King, Queen, Ace Attorney. Again, I am going to hammer that home. Uh, okay. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yeah, yes, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Hold on. This isn't connected, right? Or is it? Is this like... Because this kind of has like... I don't know. This is a stretch. This is a stretch, okay? I don't know if this is how this is going to come in. But... just a noticing thing. You've got like this little like circle nub thing on this handle. There's one missing, BT dub. But if there were 3... This guy has 3 of these. Are they connected? Is it going to be like... He kind of looks like the vase a little bit? I don't know. And Chief Gant was haunted by the vase? I don't know. And he made this thing? I don't know. If only there was 3. I don't know. Maybe just a stretch, but we'll see. We'll see if I'm right. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were
shadows. Interesting. Okay, so maybe... Oh, and she fainted, and everyone just found all of the bodies. So, this could be Gant, for all we know. But how did... I don't know.
This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, what are her statements? This is a picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Yeah, 100%. Same thing with Edgeworth in an elevator. Yeah. What's up with all these power outages?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Stabbed in the back. Also, I didn't ever look at this. Neil Marshall, 27 male, date and time of death, February 19th. Cause of death, single stab wound piercing heart lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing the tip. Okay. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew... Oh, I'm reading it a little bit deeper. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? He survived longer than 30 seconds after getting stabbed in the heart and lung. It did last a long time. He could have, like, written something down for us. I don't know. I think it's this part here. Wait. That's because the drawing stinks.
Mr. Wright, how could you?
I didn't know what part they wanted me... The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others. Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned his lesson. Okay, hold on. Let me say, just in case I'm not... I'm trying to point to the fact that he was facing the guy. So maybe I need to do this... Okay, let's do this again. Maybe we do this. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Oh, okay, that's what it is. Whoops, that's my bad. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
But it was broken inside. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? I kind of figured it was the wrong contradiction, but it happens. Yeah. It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. Nani? That's right. So many objections. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. I love that cat doing it too. Amazing. Wait. That it's a different knife? Or like the tip of the knife comes from a different... That's hilarious. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah. Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the evidence that took place the day of the murder. Yes. Please. I would like that. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really holding up... The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? Oh! Yeah. It's the ward thing. Another broken knife beside Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright!
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way! Let's show the picture, because it actually has the knife. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. He didn't say it like that, but we're getting excited. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall was holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order. Order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. The broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh. So, but the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? Wait, didn't Joe Dark also die that day? No, he was arrested. Yeah, he was arrested. But if he was the one standing up, it makes sense why he was stabbed in the back. Because Gant could have just come up behind him and done that. Only Neil died, yeah. And she fainted, so she didn't even see what happened. It seems Mr. Wright, he was KO'd, that's true. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait! I remember now! I remember everything!
A witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it! This picture, I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Music stops. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled in this guy? I feel like it's gonna be like it's the vase. It's the vase. Because it hasn't come up yet. Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. But hold on, is the blue badger actually like a resulting idea of this drawing and vase thing? We'll see. This should be interesting.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
Oh. Oh, so did she get him killed?
Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Oh my gosh, that's so creepy. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. I love this so much. Hold on, I just love that it pulled up this. This picture is like my favorite thing. I love the blue badger so much. I love the blue badger. Hold on. Give me a sec. I want to find something really quick. I know it's silent. I just need to find this. Hold on. Wait, where is it? Oh, hold on. Oh, it's a web P, that's why. Guys, this web Ps will be the destruction of me. Okay, saved as ping. Okay, now if I go to that, I do this. Now, how do I do this? There we go. Amazing. Let's do this. Yeah. Chat's gonna be really confused, but that's okay. Show me. Yes, perfect. Okay. I just want this to be here for the next little bit. Okay. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes. Well, the defense.
Stop! Please don't pursue this any further.
Where did you show up from? Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seriously? It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's go over this again, because I've already forgot. From the eyes of the blue badger lurking over us. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Let's press. His shadow? That face is amazing. I put my camera back on, right? Yeah, okay. So you mean you didn't actually see his face, and with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I'm supposed to have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? That was right. I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very courtroom.
Mr. Wright!
You are an elite detective? Yes. You caught onto that immediately. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger lookalike. Present. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. It is, I will say, it is kind of hard to believe that it looks like this, because, no, I guess it, I mean, I don't know. It's a little hard to believe, but, like, I mean, I see it. But that's, what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed. Indeed it doesn't. I'm Phoenix Wright. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. There we go. Probably like this. What? Allow me to remind the defense in its case hinges on the witness's drawing. What? If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept this claim. Just gotta find the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally?
Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it!
Got to show them. The correct angle is... Is it like this? That kind of looks a bit more... Oh, yeah. That looks a lot more like it. I think. Like that. Yeah, like that. What? Hold on. Wait a minute. It looks exactly like that. What more do you want from me? Do I need to do... Maybe it's not up. Like that? Maybe it wasn't because it's also not like... I think you had... It's very picky, but the top was sticking up too far. Okay. Let's see if that does it. Maybe it needs to be up a little bit more. Because it's like... Okay. What? Like... Oh, look at this. Well, it's interesting. No, that's a coincidence that the left one is broken and that one is also. So, like... I mean, it looks so close. What if we do... Okay, that's tilted just a little bit more down, so that way we can see the top a bit more. Like that. Okay. Well, is this a miracle or what? Seriously, though. Very particular. No one can possibly deny the jar's resemblance to the blue badger. I mean, this is just so amazing. Oops. I meant to do... It's just so incredibly amazing that... And I love that we can see... Oh. I forget that that's... He watches over us now. The blue badger watches over us. But, anyway. I kind of want a, blue badger follower emote whenever we get follower emotes. Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on that day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. The badger doing its dance on the flag it's holding says, "Thanks for the follow." That would be amazing. Oh, I love that. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? My nose is itchy. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. I forgot that I muted myself. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location, the murder weapon, the murderer? Now, let's say the murderer, because I think Gant is going to be... Okay, I think this is what happened. Edgeworth was right that, Edgeworth was right that, what's his face? Gant. No, Marshall was the one standing up, and that Dark was on the ground. I think she probably hit Marshall with the jar. And then, well, yeah. Maybe she fainted after that. And then... Gant came in and stabbed Neil? That's my working theory. But if that happens, if that's the way it happened, that's awful, because Emma then hit the person that was trying to save her. So that would be terrible. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. That is true. That is the one thing that I was thinking about is, like, how did she see this jar, like, flipped over? I guess. I don't know. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. What? I'm lost. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Ah, here we go. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. Yeah, same. I'm on the same page. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Oh. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. Oh no. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, did she kill him? Uh-oh. That's why Lana... Wait! Wait. Interesting. Interesting. Wait. That's interesting. Okay.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
Uh-oh.
No!
The blue badger is just so intent. So, just focus on this. Here, let me do this. Let me do this real quick. Wait, oops. There you go. Blue Badger approves of this murder. The badger's face is so overpowering, it is. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was this witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Is she going to be arrested?
What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Oh, she looks so sad and nervous, because she knows we're right. Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted the forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body... The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. It's a crazy bird stuff. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. Wait, he did leave us a message. I said that he should have written down the killer's name. Maybe he did that. Interesting. Okay. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Or is it? Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. Okay, hold on. They said wait. The dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragments found in Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining on it. I think that's like... Yeah. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, it is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. Wait, what is that face? What is what face? Oh, that face. It's the all-knowing, the all-seeing, Blue Badger. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Oh, it took us to the beginning. What? No. Why did it take us there? This is the message left by the deceased. It's the face of success. It's that! It's the Blue Badger! This is that Blue Badger from before, right? I just love that face. The Blue Badger is everything to me now. I will fight anybody to protect the Blue Badger. This case has the most evidence than any other case. Really? Is that true?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped away the blood. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in the blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. Wait. Oh, I guess he was stabbed and then fell? That's probably what it was, right? Because otherwise, like, did he have to, like, remove himself from the armor and then, like... I don't know. It just seems like a lot. It seems like a lot. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Probably fell forward onto the floor. Yeah, that makes more sense. For sure that makes more sense. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the line... Yeah. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. What? Oh, I needed... Wait. There we go. Does this need to be connected? Probably not. Hold on. Just in case. No, okay, it doesn't. All right. So sad. We're like proving her... I looked over at the blue badger. It's so sad we're proving that she murdered him. She's helped us this entire time. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma! So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. I'm a little confused here. I will say. Like, I'm confused how Lana fits in and how Gant fits in. Like, did Lana find this? And try to cover it up? And so... And she wanted to pin it on Dark. Right? Because she seems to know. So then, what is Gant's role in this? Did he also know this and is now he's blackmailing Lana maybe for this? Because she could get into like huge trouble for it, probably. Yeah, we will soon find out. I sometimes I like to know. Or like figure it out. I like to figure it out before it happens. But I just get kind of like, I don't know. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Oh, is this Gant? Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Of course. Chief Gant! Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Ah! Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. What is that noise? But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we weren't defenders of justice? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. Oh, this is like the audience. How can he just stand there? Order, 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 order! Order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. Dang, I thought that was going to be the end of it, but it's just still going. Yes, I would like to save. But I feel like Gant needs to be put on trial or something. There's still something that needs to happen. February 25th, 12:06. District Lobby, defendant, lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, boy. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Aw. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this. Give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Why is there a bird on it? And he's wearing my hat. Oh, you guys can't see, probably. See, he's wearing my little, my detective hat. He also looks like he has a, like a, what's that called? Pipe? There we go. And I can't tell what the green thing is next to him. Oh, I think it's just a plant. Anyway. Evidence law. I wonder why she's giving us that. Okay. I'm back. Evidence law. Edgeworth was just talking about this the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Secret Life, welcome back. We're on the last part of this case. It's getting spicy. Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. From Miss Sky explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. Or will it? Rules for submitting evidence. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Secret Life!
Oh, I fixed it. Lol, Twitch, what are you doing to me?
Twitch, what are you doing? Secret Life, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Everyone, if you have a Prime account and you're not subscribed, you should know that you get one free Amazon Prime sub per month that you get to renew. And Secret Life has spent it on me. Secret Life, thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that so much. You've been subscribed for 8 months. That's amazing. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. As the Blue Badger looks on in approval. 12:52. I love it so much. All right. Court will now convene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for your news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and, very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution. That being the case, prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Mike Meekins! No. I wish the random hotel guy was here that served tea. I would do that. Twist is Mike Meekins this entire time. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have anything to do with it? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. Excuse me. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? I'm gonna be tired tomorrow, but I want to see this finish. Well, okay, yeah. Let's speed through. True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation? So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's already been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an act carries with it certain risks. Oh, don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. Oh. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Okay, as I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. Let's press him on this. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at the office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better be off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. The list? Like tearing the list in half? You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Skye drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Oops. Not only that, but a piece of the jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Nani? Oh, if Detective Gumshoe... I didn't see that. I accidentally pressed the A button. Yes. Well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Udgy. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Okay. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted. If they were found after Dark was convicted, they are worthless? Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The Chief is talking about a possibility, so as long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come on, Righto! Think about it. What was this? There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery? How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion. Oh, that's right. What's her face? Ms. Starr said that. Secured your promotion to chief, right? Or was that Lana? That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. Resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Gah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. This guy needs an ego check, indeed. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True. You might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Lana, because she became the chief prosecutor and he can now, use her for that, I think is my thought process. I think Miss Starr mentioned that. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would require unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that, despite Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? No, Your Honor. I don't know how to tell you this, but I think you missed the point. Just a little bit. Oh wait, you must mean puppet as in forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admitted, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor... Your motive. To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. They really like to drag this out, huh? Yeah. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy. You'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? 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 Nani? Order. I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove... I mean, they might as well, because if they don't prove this, they're both practically dead. So they might as well go all in at this point. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, the Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us his evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. I have this book here with this bird on it. Maybe by kind of like framing Edgeworth, sort of like asking Edgeworth to take his car there. Well, Chief. So long as Raito here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too, Udgy? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. You always were quite the joker! Like cards, like king, queen, ace attorney. Oops. Looks like I got it wrong. Uh-oh. Don't oops me. Maybe this boot to the head will knock some sense into you. I thought for sure it was going to be like that, but maybe not. I know it's hard with all that's gone on during this trial. And let me save while we're at it. I know it's hard with all that that's gone on during this trial. But try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. Now that he mentioned it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gant entered... Oh! Then entered the room. That's right. Looks like he wants another one of your boots, Udgy. Alright. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder. Where is that list? This is the ID card list. Yes. The one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant. Uh-oh. He's getting mad. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. It would use that for a safe code, I know. It's not a very good one. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room, rabble, on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Well, sir, please don't use the bathroom in the evidence room. We've asked you this once before, and it just is, it's unnerving every time. Please, please stop doing that. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Come on, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. I think this is it. On 221. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have gotten to the evidence room. I think that's what it said. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait! The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Oh my gosh, what just happened to him? Save. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. For no one in the right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit a murder. After the murder, why can't I read? After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Because he put the body in the car because the lock was broken. Let's say that. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth? You mean... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver. Todd, what is this cursed thing doing on your screen? This badger gives me nightmares. Todd, I'm so sorry. The blue badger has become a part of us. We have accepted it. It stared into our souls, and all we could say was, yes, blue badger. Yes. This is your stream now. It's all your stream. It's just amazing. But the victim's body in your trunk. Playing this game when I was 12 wasn't good. The badger music is in my head up until this day. I've loved every time they've like referred back to it, and I'm hearing it now. No, I love when it's. There are a couple times where they mention the blue badger, and all of a sudden the music starts playing. Like I imagine it's also in their head too. Like they can't not hear the music when they think about the blue badger. Is what I'm imagining. But the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief? Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body of your accomplice, Mrs. Lana Skye. Order! Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Mrs. Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was the exact opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Raito, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? I don't think so. We need Lana to be on the stand and, like, just... We need her to, like, be the person who says it. I think that's, like, the concrete proof that we need at this point. So I don't think we... Because, yeah, we don't have concrete proof. It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Raito. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. Uh-oh. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Oh. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness! In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method is a proof of testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... Lana! Finally. The defendant. Mrs. Lana Sky? Yes. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant! Again. I thought you were going to eat! Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
Uh-oh.
Isn't intimidating a witness something that you can't do? That seems like... That seems... Okay. I don't think you're allowed to do this. Especially on the stand? I don't know. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Now this is like a threat. His necktie does look really good. That's fair. That is fair. It's a fair statement. And not many people can rock glasses that are not only like magenta, but also have no hooks, ear hooks. The official term for what these are called. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Everything the chief is doing seems illegal, right? I know. This should call into question some things. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Fades away. Okay, if there's no further objections. This court is now in recess. Okay. Looks like we've managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry about it. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could you mean... Maya? I actually forgot her name. Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it that he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Who said that? Lana! I mean... Emma! Emma! Are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, sorry for what I said earlier.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel it somehow.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what happened. To think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all, just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her, she had changed. Said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything that Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Dang. The final act. Ba-na-ba-na-na. Wait. Yes. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Are they going to stop dragging this out for dramatic effect? You'll never know. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth.
But Miss Edgeworth, you know already everything.
Secret Life, thank you for those biddies. I appreciate it. I always expect a message to happen, and sometimes when there's not, I'm like, oh wait, there's not one. Sorry about that. But thank you so much for those bits. I appreciate it.
You already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. Sometimes I just throw stuff at you. That's fair, and I appreciate that. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lorna, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lorna...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Right.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lorna!
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene.
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall... You mean... Oh, wound. Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Drake.
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body? What?
You planted the tip of Dark's knife, and then you moved the body? Okay, I'm glad everyone else is... But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you plant the knife? Why did you move? Why did you plant the knife? That seems... But why did you do that?
Come on now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was a murder weapon, right?
Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did.
Let's go back a second. I want to know why she made the body. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Drake convicted.
I feel... But it has your sister's name on it. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction with your testimony.
A contradiction in my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. Right.
Ah!
He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order, order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical.
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Were the pieces that large? You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Doc was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black. Oh, that's also true. I forget about that.
A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece.
But you didn't, right? Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. Which I think is well, okay. Now that we know that Marshall got stabbed by the statue, I guess, I suppose, I don't know. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. Oh! Well, he just said ace detective. So, never mind. Alright. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day, looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! Why is he so emotional about this? Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? Because he wants to blackmail Lana. Right? He's holding that piece in order to use it as blackmail because he can kind of use that to put it all together, I think. That's my interpretation of that anyways. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. Oh gosh, she just bit into her finger.
No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up their most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. What? Rude. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky, please testify once more.
But
if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Sky, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. I feel watched. However, is it because of the Blue Badger? However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Alright, the witness may testify once more, for the final time. No, where'd you get that idea? I don't know. I like that when the screen turns black, it gets, like, more visible for a second, and then it fades back. Fades to, you know. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Wait, if that's the case, how did he write the name on the jar? Like, did he... Excuse me. Was the jar, like, in arm's reach? And so did he, like, while on the armor, like, do that? And maybe that's why it fell? Or I don't know. Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember you giving me a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Is there like... Oh, we can open it now instead of just like... Oh, that's kind of adorable. P.O. I like this guy. He's no nonsense, this guy. Oh my gosh, she just has this? Also, that was incredibly pixelated. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Can we get a look at that?
Yes, Mr. Wright.
Wow, there's so much evidence. I thought surely this was the last page. Is there anything? Okay, we can't observe anything. Let's see. Is there anything weird with this? Oh, his vest is like cut up. I'm sure that's gonna be. Why is his vest cut up? Why did that happen? We know Emma's fingerprints are on the vest. Which you would think is like she pushed him. But she didn't, right? I don't know. Okay.
Mr. Wright, that piece cut. Oh, that piece cut off from his vest. Could that be
the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? But that it makes it look like she murdered him. This is
a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with this cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I arrived, I found Mr. Oh. Gant? What? Did lunch finish already? Okay, come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant? What? Now you want me to make out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about. That does make sense. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh my gosh, Edgeworth. Gah. Ah! Oh my gosh. I love that so much. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Is that true? Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. I need a save. Just in case. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence presented now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present the piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? What happened? Do we know that it's not like a setup? Maybe it's a setup. Like, maybe... Because, okay, We know for sure now that Marshall was found pushed onto, or like, at least on the armor. Which... I don't know. It could be a problem. It could be a problem. Let's not show evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about? Chief Gant! Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Raito. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? There's so many, like, twists in this. I was the first person to arrive at the scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. He's admitting that? So you were really manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Mrs. Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dock convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan, Rick Rack! No, make him Irish! I can't do anything close to that. I need you, Rick Rack! I need you to help me! I can't do that. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. Rick Rack, thank you so much for those bits! I appreciate it, buddy. How are you doing? How's your weekend? I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. It was your birthday weekend? What? Rick Rack, happy birthday! How old are you? Also, for your birthday, I think you need, oh my gosh, the Blue Badger. If you would like a fist bump for your birthday, that's all what I can give you right now. Go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, bam. Thanks for being here, and happy birthday. Hope you had a good one. 23 fist bumps? Oh, no. I don't know if I can give that many. The screen would break. But I hope you had a good one. I'm glad you're here. I should be giving you bits. I should be giving you bits. It's your birthday. Let's see. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Also true. Ho ho ho! That makes more sense, to be honest. Because, again, if Detective Marshall was found on the armor, like stabbed, it doesn't make sense how he was able to write the name on there. But how did he get her fingerprints on... Oh. What if he cut the cloth off of the body and then just like just did that? Is that possible? Could he have done that? I don't know. Ho ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Raito. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Mr. Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Raito. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Yes. That's right. We're gonna... Let's... I have an idea. No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints. Right. Think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? This is just like Legally Blonde, and exactly. So, Edgeworth figured out my plan. Uh-oh. Okay. So we need to.
Mr. Wright, this is your only chance.
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Okay, here was my thought about not... This is my idea of not presenting the evidence again, was because it's unregistered evidence, right? Like, it breaks rule number 2, I think. Oh, well, or I guess and number 1. So maybe because he's a police chief. I don't know. Should I present this? Maybe we should present it. Let's... I don't know. We saved. Well, hold on. What happens if I do this? I could have just gotten in trouble. Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please. I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense. Oh, no. Okay, so they want me to do that then, probably.
Come on, Mr. Wright. You remember that thing?
Okay, yeah, okay, so they definitely want me to. There's no way around it, Mr. Wright. Now let's try this one more time. Your Honor, I do have the evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. Alright. Let me verify this one more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean... It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho! You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whose fingerprints belong to is... I mean, but... It seems... Emma? Emma Sky? What?
They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Uh-oh. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shoved it for Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
She's still in high school? How did I miss that? I thought she was 14, 50 when she killed this guy. Yeah, this was like 2 years ago. Oh, I'm sorry. She's still in high school. How did I miss that? So she was 14. Yes. Yeah, so she's like 17, I think. Something like that. And then this was 2 years, I think. Something like that.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. I actually think you purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. I actually think... I noticed this when we were looking at the photo. There's blood that even goes under where the hole is on his vest. I think maybe what happens... Again, kind of like I was saying. I think maybe... What if Gant pushed Marshall into the statue with the sword, but maybe he cut out? No, that doesn't make sense. I was thinking, because there's no blood on that. But there was like blood everywhere. He was like coughing up blood. So I don't know. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Professor Neil Marshall? Prosecutor Neil Marshall. What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I think it's that there's Like, look, you see? There's like blood everywhere. How did it not get onto... Yeah, because look, it's even on the vest and then it's on his shirt. So this was cut out before he was pushed. Or before he died, at the very least. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. No blood. Wait, there's no blood on it! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? That seems so excessive. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. For the purpose of being able to control Lana. I think that's... Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. Well, what do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji. Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, the piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair. Do you actually think you could bust me in court?
It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. But didn't he kind of like force it to be? I feel like... I'm afraid Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so. Now I think we do this. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial, which is not. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall? When was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No! He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be, Damon Gant. The killer was you. I tried my best. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. I think he broke. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so wouldn't have led to more blood, making it... Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. Had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. Broke your trunk? But what's the big deal? You made a lot more than that. You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar of fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. Got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. Sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. This melodious sound of a new beginning. Interesting. There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Guy? You no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Guy. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Aw, she's smiling. She looks happy. She's not cold anymore. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to think... Well, now she's cold again. Now she looks deadpan. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Guy,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty.
Whew! Whew!
That is all. This court is adjourned. February 25th, 5 p.m. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Done well.
You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hey, hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, they always do this. What is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me, I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana! Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could ever do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you away from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that on one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. They're so happy, despite also that she's getting arrested. Oh, look at them. They're also happy. No one can change the past. The only thing that we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least,
That's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Is he like... Stop hiding and come over here. Where is he? Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You had friends! You were, close. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would be able to find on our own. Because we each had half?
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, what will you do now?
Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks, too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. It's kind of sad.
I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you, a scientific investigation. Love this little bird.
Scientific investigation?
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
Oh, she's smiling. She's happy. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Oh, they're so happy. Faith that their lives have only just begun. That's so nice.
As for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Aw, look at all this little flashback. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is this, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out here for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, do you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it... I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Oh, boy. Is this it? Oh, nice. Okay, I think that's it. Oh. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top corner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as the prosecutor's... still, I managed to find... Oh, gosh. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. This is like the, I don't think I'm going to be able to do voices here. Yikes! I thought I was gone for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. And we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. So are you still an officer? You still work there? I assume so. Mr. Meekins. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make, yes, sir. Then I can just, I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Oh boy. And he's still here. Just dancing away. Oh! I need to save this. This is the first time they've showed it without any kind of, Oh, it stopped! Oh no. It's the first time they've showed it with any kind of, thing covering it. So I'm gonna save a clip of it. What is it? You see, can't you see I'm having me showdown Miss Star managed to sneak this in, to me. Oh gosh, I didn't read it. Well, oh, Cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina her smile back. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Who's Billy? Okay, no more voices. I can't read fast enough. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer's as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. That's very nice. I have my own little bento box.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. So years have passed? Question mark? Ah, nothing soothes a soul like fresh country air. Maya! Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. I wonder who's in the next game. Like, how... Like, who's... Is Maya his assistant again? Or is it going to be, like, other people? I'm interested. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? What is that? Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh. Is there a picture inside? Is it the one of them smiling? Oh, you know what's interesting? I just realized the book opens, like, even though the cover seems to be on our side, in Japan it would have been reversed. Oh, look at that. That's a nice little photo. So that makes sense why you have to flip it on its back to open it up. I just noticed that. Oh, and it ended. We beat the game. Is there anything after? I'm kind of halfway expecting someone to be like, I don't know, just a last scene where you see Phoenix Wright stabbing somebody and then them being like, uh-oh, guess you'll have to learn in the next one. But it doesn't seem like that doesn't happen. So we did it. We beat the game. So your theory was sort of right. What did your theory end up being? Let's hold on. Let's switch back here for a second. Go here. Put on some music. Oh, apparently there's music already playing. It's been playing this entire time. What was your theory? Gosh, this ended up being a long one too. I'm so glad we didn't continue. I think Ember said yesterday we had like 2 hours left. It ended up being about 4. Yeesh. I thought it was the chief, but I thought he orchestrated the entire thing. Oh, I see. Yeah, he ended up being a pretty bad guy. With like, from the guy killed by the car. Oh yeah, like he even orchestrated that. It is interesting, but I mean, I definitely suspected him. He kind of looked evil, even still. But how many twists and turns there were from like she did it to like so Emma did it to Emma didn't do it to then being like wait maybe she did, but then being like nope, just kidding. Actually, it was all set up. it's interesting. But yeah, we were able to do it. That was I guess. Oh no. I think it's about because we started at an hour into it, and it's about to hit 6 hours. So yeah, it was about 5 hours of game. But yeah, some of these are long. Apparently, the way it works, from what people told me, is that generally when you start a Phoenix Wright game, the first few cases are shorter, and then like the last one is like the longest. But apparently they said this one was one of the longest cases in the whole franchise. So he wanted to be chief so badly that he got that guy to hit the guy with the car. Maybe not the extra murders. That would explain why the guy confessed. Yeah. I wonder, we still don't know why. One thing that is left unclear is we don't know why he ran out of the room in the middle of confession. Yeah, we don't know that because he was being questioned by Gant and Lana. I guess the thought is that he wanted to go and kill Lana for some reason, but then he ended up finding Emma, and then everything else transpired like we found out. Another thing that's kind of weird is like Emma's memory was not very good. And I guess that's kind of one of the things they talk about sometimes, that like witness testimony memories sometimes are not accurate, because at some point when we like brought up the idea that the vase looks like the Blue Badger, she's like, "Oh yes, I remember picking up the vase, slamming it on Neil's head." And like stopping the murderer, whoever it was. Maybe she didn't know it was Neil at that time, but that didn't happen. That's actually not the turn of events, because Gant was actually the one who killed Neil, and he wrote the name. He wrote Emma's name on the pieces. So like that part. I mean, like I guess her. I mean, but. She just didn't remember, I suppose. So that's part of the, like, I guess it's kind of the game is, like, trying to figure out what contradicts each other, I guess, and what happened. But towards the end, it does get a little convoluted, I think, in that one, because there was just so much happening. I said the vase. not the vase. So I don't know. But that was pretty good, right? I feel like it ended well. It ended really excitingly, I thought. I think this last case had a slow start, and then I thought this last couple of days were really interesting. So next week, the plan is to, we're going to be starting a new game tomorrow. Haven't 100% decided yet what it's going to be. We'll start a new game tomorrow. And then next Saturday, I think we might try to do... we will either do a random indie game for the Jet Lounge, or we might hop into Professor Layton. I'm not 100% sure yet. Need to double check that the 3DS stuff works before I try it out. But... well, that's it from me. I believe. Let's just see. Let me just double check, I think. Great, sweet. Thank you so much for sticking around. I really appreciate it. Let's see. You know, Cap looks like to be... Is it Cap? Let's see. Is Cap might be playing a game. Is this Cap? Dodgeball Academia? I think he was the one who was talking about it. Have a good night, Sassy Lady Panda. Thanks so much for chilling and hanging out with us today, staying around for the whole thing. Yeah. They were telling me about Dodgeball Academia earlier. Let's go ahead. Actually, you know what? I'm going to just hop in over there, but I don't think we're going to raid. I don't think we're going to raid today. So anyway, let's go ahead and we'll end. But thank you guys so much. Before I go, let me just give out some thank yous really quick. Let's see. Boyd, thank you so much for that raid. And Secret Life, thank you so much for resubscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. And it's just nice that, with your one Prime subscription, you chose me. I feel so honored. And Secret Life, thank you so much for those bits. And Rick Rack, thank you for those 10 bits. Really appreciate it. Everyone, I hope you have a wonderful day. Have a good rest of your weekend before work starts tomorrow. But I will go ahead and end now. But I'll see you tomorrow with a new game. I hope you guys have a great night. And I'll see you later. Bye-bye.